Yeah, Madge late. Madge late. I forgot to get water. I had to get water real quick. My bad. Hello everybody. Welcome to the Monday stream. I guess I avoided most of the scatters this way, but I got a lot of Madge late. What's up everybody? Thank you for the 15 months during Dama. I rate Nia. Thank you for the 21. That is 21. Appreciate you. Tylo, thank you for the Madge late. All right. How's everybody doing on this Monday morning? Hope you had a wonderful weekend, everybody. We have a couple of things to talk about today. There's been a couple of news that I woke up to. We've got some new cards that have been everywhere on Twitter. I haven't read them yet, but people have been talking about them, so I assume we've got some good stuff to look at. I don't know yet, though. Caitlin, thank you for the 16 months. Appreciate you. I actually prefer if they didn't free kick colors, but okay. I'm playing Tearlaments Strongest, so it's a good day. That's a vibe, honestly. All right. Y'all, let us begin with the warm-up. Then we have new cards to look at for both the TCG and Master Duel. Well, for Master Duel, it's not new cards per se, but it's new releases that have been announced. So we're going to take a look at that, which I'm obviously very excited about because the Master Duel World Championships are getting closer and closer. And with every single selection pack or Forbidden Unlimited list update, we're getting closer to the actual Master Duel Worlds format. So that is obviously very important. So yeah, let's warm up as fast as we can and then talk about all of that. And then after that's done, we're gonna play Master Duel Ranked. And today we're gonna seriously climb. We are very close to Master, but I do want to get some. I do want to pick up the pace because I know people have already been laddering in the ranking system, and I wanna join too. So let's get going. All right, see how this goes. This is Bitron, but it's on another card. Deadly Sense, thank you for the 3 months. My favorite runic variant on Master Duel right now is probably still Naturia. Probably still Naturia. Oh, that's the Sorcerer of the Doomed. Yep. Valvanas, thank you for the 16 months. Appreciate that. Okay, what are these cards today? Not a good start at all. Oh, this is Dummy Golem. I know that one. VT Gary, thank you for 4 months. Appreciate it. 14 months. This is a Cybers. Oh, we had this recently. This was Storm Cipher. Yeah. Megalith? Nexus? What is Nexus? Oh, Dogmatica. Okay. This looks familiar. This is Thunder Dragon Hawk. No, Duo. Right. It's not Reign of Mercy. It's Solemn Wishes, the one that gains life points every time your opponent draws or something, or you draw. Final Light. Guntam, 13 months. Appreciate that. Welcome back. I have seen this guy. Wisdom. This guy? Spirit of the books. Okay. All-seeing white tiger. Yep. No idea what that is, I think. Oh no, it's the new Lanphorincus. The drill. I don't know what it's called. Drill. Yeah, it's the rank 6. I should have skipped it from the get-go. Why did I even try? Yeah, exactly. That's what it... yeah. I don't know why I tried that. That was never gonna happen. Is this rare fish? No. Amazon of the Seas? Okay. Biggest James, thank you for the 9 months. Appreciate that. That's a spell trap. I don't know what it's called. 1 or 8. Is this Ballardock? No. It's a Subterror. Spilogeist. Subterror. Spilogeist. Kusanagi. This is a wash session. Oh, it's the Whirlwind Kid. Whirlwind Prodigy. Yeah. There needs to be a real miracle for this one to not be a washed session. I'm not gonna lie, because this is a bunch of Omega little cards. The Shining. Beatrice. I've seen this. I've seen this, but I have no idea what it's called. Synchro support spell. I'm not gonna try. Synchro change. Yep. Okay, we got some Millennium Eyes. Is this Millennium Eyes restrict? Yeah. Okay. Ooh, this is looking cybersy. This is an Adignister, I think. Which one is that? Don Mari? Don Mari. Okay. Inishi, this one. Amano. Rose Lover? Yep. Hang on, Mac. Silent Abyss. Yeah. Yeah. Stardust. Limit overdrive. Ooh, this feels familiar. What is this? Grandmarg. I think that's Lady Heat. Oh. No idea what that is. No idea. Nah. Okay, 6 samurais. Yaichi. Incubator? No. It's something alien. Alien brain. Okay. That's not a fitting name for that card. Well, Rescue Ace, right? Rescue Ace. Is that Turbulence? Fire Engine. Fire Engine. Yosenju? No idea. I think it's Yosenju. Yose. Oh, okay. I see how it is. This is like fighting spirit. No, hero spirit. Yeah, not fighting spirit. Yeah. Galaxy Eyes Photon Dragon. I think this is the OG. Yeah. Lila Treat. Yeah. I think that's a gimmick puppet. Oh no, it's an Abyss actor. Madonna. Abyss actor, yeah. No idea what this is. Little Fairy. Well, that's a fitting name. Xeno, Ground Xeno, I think. Yeah. Ooh, is that a B Trooper? I think that's a B Trooper. Nope. That's pretty far away from a B Trooper. Good thing I didn't try to find the B Trooper. Oh, what's this one called again? Oh, Blade Rabbit? Blade Rabbit. Number, let me see the number. Was that 39? Wait, no, that's not 39. 69. C69? All right, get your jokes in, chat. Get him out of your system. It was number 69. Never seen that before. Hex Sealed Dark. Oh, Crystal Heart. Yeah. Scrap? Scrap. But is it Scrap Twin Dragon? It is Scrap Twin Dragon. Is this Corolla? No. I think it is Vernusilph, but I don't know which one this is. Oh, the flower buds. Okay. Is that UA? But which one? Break room? Break room. Does not exist. Break room. I should have skipped it. I should know better than to wait. See if anyone knows. Locker room. Okay. Armed dragon. Flash. Nope, I'm skipping. Dude, I thought we were gonna get 700 for sure. Major upset. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. I am majorly upset. Not again. Oh my god, I forgot what it's called. It was today. What was it called? Synchro change? Change. Okay. Oh my god. Okay, at least we got 700. Oh man. I can't believe I forgot what it was called, dude. It was in the same round. Holy. Why is there... No! No, don't give subs to an account called Washed Schmitty. What, who made that account? Is that a new account? Washed Schmitty? Created 2 months ago. Who of you guys made that? Thank you for the 9 months, Yerek. Man, it wasn't that bad. Come on. It wasn't, look, it wasn't great. It wasn't a great round, but it definitely wasn't so bad that I need to make an account called Wash Schmitty and gift a sub to it. You know, it wasn't that bad of a round, okay? Come on, man. 1957 Anas, thank you for the 9 months. And the Kev 8, thank you for the 3. Welcome back. All right, we're looking for an effect monster, high level, more than 1500 attack, less than 1500 defense, relatively new, not a dark. High attack, low defense. What about Pancratops? It is not Pancratops. It is also not just an effect monster. So we're looking at like level 8 synchro potentially, level 9 synchro. What's the defense on Vermilions? No, too much defense. What's a level 8 synchro with low defense? Like relatively low defense. Not a dark or earth. Dragite. What's the defense on Dragite? 2200. Okay, not Dragite. Shishao. What's the defense on Shishao? Could be Shishao. Okay, it is not Shishao. It's also not a synchro. It is from 2021 though, so it could be. I mean, what's left? Pendulum, Exceed. What about rank 8 Exceed? What about Sargass? No. It could be a fusion. 2021. Is that branded already? Oh, it's not an Exceed, right? My bad. Queritus is 2500. It's also not a light or dark, so I don't think it can be any branded. the Chaos Ritual. Like, what is this called again? Mutant? Mutant? Ultimus, no. No, not a mutant. The Chaos Fusion guy? No, like, is it like, Magician of Chaos? That's a level 7 ritual. Prediction Princess? I don't know what this is. I have no idea. It's probably some pendulum. Let me see if it's a pendulum. Just like Skull Crobat. I know it's not Skull Crobat, but I just want to see if it's a pendulum. It's not a pendulum. So let me see if it's a ritual. It's not a ritual. Wait, what is it? It's not an Exceed, not a Synchro, not a pendulum, not a ritual. It's got to be a fusion. No, is it a fusion? It's got to be a fusion. It's also not a fusion. It's a flip? It's not a flip. A tuner? A level 8 tuner? It's a tuner. Okay. Level 8 tuner from 2021 with 2800 attack? Earth's Arctic? Bro, what is an Earth's Arctic Mega Billis? Bro. Man, today's cursed. Today's a bad start. It's fine. We simply don't talk about it anymore, which is our usual strat. Denial is always the solution. All right. Now, we've got a bunch of things to talk about at the beginning of the stream before we jump into some Master Duel. Once again, I just want to repeat myself to all the people that have been asking, when are we doing TCG on stream again? Two things. First of all, what we do on stream is always pretty much it's a pretty good reflection of how I personally feel and what I'm more excited for. And I'm gonna be honest with you, with the Master Duel World Championships coming up, and with Fiendsmith are approaching the TCG, I'm just more inclined to play Master Duel at the moment. But obviously, because the European Championship is happening, I will still return to TCG content at some point soon. I have, for example, I have ordered myself a Yubel core. I don't have it yet, the Phantom of Yubel. But I've ordered it, and as soon as that's here, we might take a look at it. I have also ordered an Ice Barrier core for Ice Barrier Runic, so we can play around with that a little bit. I don't expect it to be super good, but we will do some remote duels in preparation for NAWCQ and EUWCQ. Yeah. How much did that send you back? I mean, I have everything already except for the Phantom of Yubel. So I had to it's like $60, the Phantom of Yubel. So it didn't feel great to pick them up, but I wanted to, because the reason why I was okay with doing it, I'm not sure if I'm gonna play it at Euros yet, But the reason why I was okay with picking up the Phantom of Yubels is my personal prediction, and once again, this is just a prediction, but my guess is that the next ban list is probably going to deal with Snake Eyes. I don't know when it's going to happen. I was hoping it was going to happen before Euros, but at this point, I don't even think there's anything happening before Euros. But whenever the next ban list is going to happen, I think it's going to get it's going to have some hits for Snake Eyes on it. Yubel, I think, is going to be good beyond the next ban list, right? And that's why I was okay picking up the Phantom of Yubels, because even if I don't need them for Euros, which I don't know yet, maybe I'll play Fiend Link or whatever. But even if I don't need them for Euros, I'll probably need them after, right? So that's why I was okay with picking them up. But in general, my plan is basically, I feel like I've said this last week already, but just to repeat myself, and in case anyone wasn't here, currently I'm like, I think it's very, very obvious that Fiendsmith Snake Eye and Fiendsmith Yubel are going to be the two best decks for the European Championship and the NAWCQ. The exact version and stuff like that is something I'd have to figure out. I'd have to learn the lines. I'd have to build the deck. I'd have to decide on like tech cards and all that kind of stuff, right? But in terms of figuring out what the best deck's going to be, I think it's very, very simple, right? It's just going to be Yubel Fiendsmith or Snake Eye Fiendsmith, and anything else is basically I would say tier 2 or Rogue. So if I decide I want to play a meta deck, I can just like play one of those two decks. I can like sit down and try and learn it in the, there's little time, but like I probably can learn it in like a week or something. I'm gonna focus on maybe finding something else, right? Like I'm like, because I already know, look, I already know that that I'm not gonna really like Snake Eye Fiendsmith. You know, that's the thing. It's powerful, don't get me wrong. But I personally know that I'm not gonna be in love with the format if that's what I'm gonna play, right? Which has been the case with Snake Eyes. It's been the thing in Snake Eyes format for me. Like whenever like I played Snake Eyes, it was just like, yeah. You know, the only one that I actually enjoyed was Board Breaker Snake Eyes. But that ended up not being the better version of Snake Eyes, so that was kind of a bummer. I will say one positive thing, one slightly, it's only a possibility. It's not a given. Definitely not a given, but I want to say one positive thing or one optimistic thing, because I feel like it's mostly been negative in anticipation of Fiendsmith cards, right? But this might be copium, but there's one thing that I think the Fiendsmith cards can do that would be positive for the format, and it's gonna sound weird, but I think the fact that Fiendsmith Snake Eye is basically completely untouched in the TCG makes it so that the deck is it feels almost impossible to hand trap that deck, right? Which may sound like it's a bad thing, right? The fact that the deck is so powerful that you basically can't stop it anymore with hand traps, because Snake Eyes before Fiendsmith was like, they had their normal summon, and then they had like potential copies of Wanted, Diabellstar, and Bonfire to extend through. So usually, sometimes one hand trap on the normal summon was enough. Usually they had one extender. So like 2 hand traps was usually enough to stop Snake Eyes from playing if they didn't have cross out. Which ended up for people playing a lot of hand traps, so that on average you would open around 2, and then, you know, you would stop to hand trap them, try to hand trap them, right? Now I think if you add Fiendsmith into the mix, I think it's gonna become completely unrealistic to actually stop that deck, because if you think about it, they got their normal summon, they got Wanted, Diabellstar, Bonfire, plus all the Fiendsmith cards as potential starters / extenders. So the deck is basically, if you want to, you can make the deck completely immune to hand traps, right? Between normal summon, Bonfire, Wanted, Diabellstar, Fiendsmith cards, Talents, and Crossout, and Called by the Grave, you can make that deck pretty much completely ignore hand traps, I think, right? Plus the closed moon link too, basically making it so that it's kind of like Verte in adventure format, right? Like even if you hand trap them to Oblivion, they have 2 bodies left. They just turn that into the Fiendsmith cards, like how adventure decks could turn them into Verte into DPE, right? So hand traps seem really, really like toxic. You need 3 bodies, but yeah, like you know what I'm saying, right? This might sound very negative, but I think if it turns into a format where you play less hand traps and more board breakers simply because the deck cannot really be hand trapped anymore, maybe it's going to be a little bit more enjoyable that way. It's still going to be incredibly broken. And the next problem is that the Fiendsmith fusion monster, not the Lacrimosa or whatever it's called, but the big one, is incredibly good against board breakers. So that's the thing that I'm not sure about, right? DS Irea or whatever it's called, or Dice Array, I don't know. So now it's actually turning negative again. So my initial copium was basically maybe hand traps are not going to be the way because the deck is just not hand trappable. The problem is the natural solution if you're not hand trapping something is usually play board breakers, and if board breakers also don't work, then what actually works? And the answer might be nothing works. It's just going to be cringe, which is also a possibility. But long story short, that's why we're playing Massive Duel at the moment. Yeah, and this is also if I think genuinely, if I think the format just sucks, right? If I think Snake Eye Fiendsmith is so broken going first that like going second you almost have no agency over your games, I might just play whatever I like. Like I might turn up to Euros with Whitewood's Runic or something, because I don't know, dude. At least I'm gonna enjoy my combos. I don't know, but it's whatever. Let's look at some new cards. Let's look at what's to come after the Infinite Forbidden. Maybe it's looking better at that point. And let's look at some of these new cards that they announced recently. We got Rage of the Abyss. This is I sorted these from old news to new cards. There's some of these that literally were announced, I think, this morning. So this one is something that some of you may have already seen because this was announced 2 days ago. This is another wave of Whitewood's support. I say wave, but it's only 1 card. I wonder if there's going to be more in Rise of the Abyss, or Rage of the Abyss, sorry. Obviously, I'm looking forward to good Whitewood support. It's an archetype that, even though I have not played it yet, I anticipate it to be very fun and right up my alley. So I'm hoping that this card is good. It's a quick play spell. You can only use the first and second effect each once per turn. Tribute a Synchro monster, then target a face-up card on the field. Negate its effects until the end phase. Then, if you tributed a Whitewood Synchro monster at activation, you can special summon an illusion monster from your graveyard. And then it has the second effect that all of the Whitewood spell traps have, which is if this card is sent to the graveyard to activate a monster effect, you can set this card. That seems solid. I think that seems solid because you will, in Whitewoods, often have Whitewood Synchro monsters on the board on your opponent's turn. I personally believe that as long as Whitewood's spell traps have this secondary effect, they can never be completely terrible for Whitewoods. Obviously, the Searcher one is really, really strong. But in general, I think the most important part about some of these spell cards is the fact that you can reset them over and over and over again. This seems like the kind of card where if I'm... give me a second. If I'm going first, I'm just going to discard this card or send it to the graveyard for one of my Whitewoods, right? It's basically free because it resets itself. And then it does at least something on my opponent's turn, right? Like, it's not the greatest... it's not the greatest card ever, but, like, the fact that you can target a face-up card on the field, that includes spell cards. right? The fact that you can negate like talents or thrust or lightning storm or duster, all those kind of cards, even Dark Ruler no more, right? I think is pretty good, right? It's like a hot red on a spell card. I think that makes it better. It's not just imperm, right? It's not imperm because it's not just monsters. So I think that's what makes it a lot better than you think it is. And I could really see playing this in a Whitewoods deck, at least as a one of, because I'm pretty sure these spell traps are searchable with one of the monsters. So I don't think it's good enough to be a 3 of or something, but I think it's solid. I think it's a solid searchable one of for Whitewoods. I'm hoping for more Whitewoods support than just this, but it's all right. We've got a V-Jump promo, which once again, V-Jump is always weird because you never know when we're gonna get this, but this is another Performapal card, Performapal Sky Magician Girl. Level 5 Wind Spellcaster, 2000 attack, 1500 defense. Has 3 effects, all of them once per turn. If you control a continuous spell, you can special summon this card from your hand. If this card is special summoned from the hand, you can send a level 4 or lower spellcaster, light spellcaster from deck to the graveyard. If this face-up card leaves the field, you can target a spell trap on the field, destroy it. I'm not quite sure if there is a home for this card, but this card this card seems good, especially if there are really good targets for the second effect. I off the top of my head, I can think of Trick Clown. I can think of Fairy Tale Snow in like the OCG or Master Duel. I can think of someone in chat just mentioned you can send Jaugen and then revive it. I don't think that's what you want to do with it. You can send Cartesia, Quem, all that stuff, but they don't immediately do anything when they're sent to the graveyard. Also, there isn't really a deck that plays a bunch of continuous spells, right? Like, I don't know, people said like, hey, I can special this in Tearlaments and send Snow to the graveyard if I have Scream. And it's like, well, but what if you don't have Scream? Then you have a level 5 wind monster in your hand that you can't really use. Unless you can resolve Kid Kalos to search the Scream. So, I don't know. The Snake Eyes thing count? Yeah, but like in order for you to put a Snake Eye card into your spell and trap zone, most of the time you already have to be able to play the game. I don't know if I love this card, honestly. It also does not count. Pendulum Scale does not count. Yeah, I don't know. If this face-up card leaves the field, target a spell trap on the field, destroy it. That can obviously be solid in a lot of matchups. You can also destroy your own if that ever comes up. I believe this is because a bunch of the magicians have effects when destroyed. This is a weird card for me to evaluate. I personally feel like it looks good, but it looks better than it is because it is very situational as a level 5 monster, requiring continuous spells. I wouldn't be surprised if it ever saw play though, because the effects are certainly useful. But I think it's hard to evaluate. I think it's a little too situational to say exactly whether it's going to be good or not. Can Voiceless do anything with it? See, you would have to go out of your way, I feel like. You'd have to build your deck in such a different fashion to play this in, like, Voiceless voice. Like, what are you going to do with this in Voiceless voice? It's just awkward, I think. Because Low isn't even a spellcaster. Low's a fairy, right? So, oh. And then we have the archetype that has sparked a lot of at least or it's gotten a lot of attention this morning. I haven't read the cards yet, but I saw a lot of people tweet about this. I believe this is an additional archetype as part of the Diabellstar lore. So there are good things to be expected from this. It's a fusion-based archetype called Azamina? I don't know. We've got Azamina Rhea Silvera. You can tell from the names it's part of the Diabellstar and also from the artworks. It's an illusion fusion monster, which requires an illusion monster and a light spellcaster. You can only use the second and third effect of this card's name each once per turn. Any battle damage your Azamina monster other than itself inflicts to your opponent is doubled. When your opponent activates a card or effect, quick effect, you contribute this card, negate that effect. That's really strong. That is a essentially an omni negate. That's really, really powerful. It's not very cool in terms of design, but it's powerful. It is worth noting that it does not destroy the card. If anything, if they keep want to make negates, I would prefer if they kept it like this in a way that doesn't destroy the card. Simply because I like make negates as weak as possible, basically, is my take. But yeah, I'd rather just have them print not an omni negate on it. But all right, if this card is destroyed by battle or card effect, you can add a Sinful Spoils trap from your deck to your hand. All right. They got multiple fusion monsters. Basically, long story. Let me just say one thing right off the bat. The power of these cards is going to depend on how you summon them. So I assume we're going to have some spell cards as well. So we're going to have to wait and see how you summon these guys. You got Azamina Mu Arcielago. Illusion plus Spellcaster is what they all require. You can only use the first and third effect of this card's name each once per turn. If this card is fusion summoned, you can add an Azamina or Sinful Spoils card from your deck to your hand. Monsters your opponent controls lose 500 attack defense for each monster you control of that archetype. If this card is destroyed by battle or card effect, you can add a Sinful Spoils spell from your deck to your hand. Okay, this one added trap, this one adds spells, but only if they're destroyed. And then we have Azamina Sol Erisicthon. This one takes Illusion plus Fiend. You can only use the first and second effect of this card's name each once per turn. If this card is fusion summoned, you can target a card on the field, send it to the graveyard. During each standby phase, you can target an Azamina or Sinful Spoils card in your graveyard, add it to your hand. See, this is the kind of design that I like a lot more than on the first one, right? Like this one has a removal effect on summon, but also gives you insane recursion. If you can keep this guy on the board, you get to add a card back from the graveyard every standby phase, which is pretty cool. I like the design on that card. And then we've got Azamina Moa Regina, level 8, requiring an illusion and a level 6 or higher fiend monster. You can only use the first and second effect of this card's name each once per turn. You can target an illusion monster in your graveyard, except itself, special summon it. Okay, once per turn reborn, not bad. When the Sinful Spoils or Azamina card or effect is activated, except its own effect, quick effect, you can target up to 2 cards on the field, destroy them. See, this is another. These literally out of these 4 fusions, I really like the design on 3 of these. They seem really interactive and fun to play with, and then they make this one, which is just why did they have to give this cringe ass effect anyways? But like the overall, still looking like a cool archetype so far. Let's see how we summon these guys. We got Sacred Azamina, normal spell. You can only use the second effect once per turn. Reveal an Azamina fusion monster in your extra deck and send 1 Sinful Spoils card from your hand and or field to the graveyard for every 4 levels it has. If those cards are set, reveal them. Then special summon the revealed monster. This is treated as a fusion summon. Okay. If this card's in your graveyard, you can target an Azamina monster you control in your grave, shuffle it into the deck, and if you do, add this card to your hand. So I assume that this is like for every 4 levels. This means that because they're not exactly level 4, these ones are level 6. This means you have to send 1 Sinful Spoil because you have to send a second one if you reach level 8. Which means for all 3 of the first ones, the first 3 you need to send 1 Sinful Spoil card, and for this one you have to send 2 to summon it. Which is weird because this is not the most powerful one. It is a good one, but this is, I would say this one is the most powerful simply because it has the Omni Negate, but all right. The first part of the effect is not once per turn, so you can activate it, then later on add it back to your hand and then activate it again. My only issue is that the cost for this seems quite that seems like a big cost to me because Sinful Spoiled cards are not that, like, there's not that many. I mean, I think they're getting more, but yeah. We've got Azamina Ophiletis, quick play spell. You can only use the first and second effect once per turn and only once that turn. During the main phase, reveal an Azamina fusion monster in your extra deck and send... Okay, this is the same effect, but on a quick play spell. During your main phase, you can banish this card from your grave, then target an Azamina monster in your graveyard, special summon it. All right, so this card is interesting because it lets you summon this guy, for example. No, this one on your opponent's turn, right? Because this one has an on summon, send the card to the graveyard effect, which is obviously more useful on your opponent's turn. The fact that you can quick play summon it on the opponent's turn is nice. Yeah, this card is also okay. We got Azamina Hamartia, normal trap. You can only use the first... you can only use one of these effects per turn. Reveal an Azamina fusion monster and shuffle a Sinful Spoils card from your graveyard or banishment into the deck for every 4 levels it has. Okay, this lets you recycle Sinful Spoils card from graveyard or banished to summon as cost. That's obviously a powerful trap card. And it has a recursion effect in the graveyard as well. You can banish this card from the grave to target a Sinful Spoils trap in your grave. Set it. It cannot be activated this turn. This seems good to me, but it is a trap card. So we'll have to wait and see how strong it actually is. But being like, the thing is, summoning a fusion monster on your opponent's turn has been a very strong ability in Yu-Gi-Oh! In recent years. You think of Branded or Chimera decks. Fusion summoning on the opponent's turn is a quite good effect. The fusion monsters you summon here can be pretty impactful in terms of disruptions on the opponent's turn. Like I said, this one can send the card to the graveyard. This one, if you can activate other Azamina effects or Sinful Spoils, you can even destroy 2 cards. So, yeah. Performing fusions on the opponent's turn is nice, and then having a recursion effect is also solid. Here we go. Sinful Spoils Deception. You can only use the first, second, and third effect of this card's name each once per turn. Lost Contact, thank you for the 8 months. It'd be Ronin Toden, easily. You can tribute a monster from your hand or field. Add 1 Azamina card from your deck to your hand. Okay, so a once per turn searcher at the cost of a tribute, all right? If a monster is sent to your opponent's graveyard and you control an Azamina monster, you can make your opponent lose 1,500 life points, and if you do, gain 1,500 life points. Okay. A swing of 3,000 life points total as a bonus effect. That is annoying. During the end phase, if this card is in your graveyard because it was sent there from the face-up spell and trap zone this turn, you can set it. Okay. Now we're talking. This card lets you basically summon 1 level 6 fusion for free every turn, right? This reminds me of Whitewood's cards. Because it keeps resetting, right? The fact that you send it on your first turn, right? To summon a fusion, let's say with the spell card, and then in the end phase, it comes back into your spell and trap zone so that you can send it again on your opponent's turn for like the quick play spell. I see the idea. I don't hate it, actually. All of this, unironically, all of this, except for the very first card, seems pretty cool to me. Like, solid, good cards, nothing too powerful. except for the fact that there's an Omni Negate as part of the archetype in the form of Silvera. That's what I don't like about this. Everything else is pretty cool in my opinion. I believe there's one more, which is this one, which is Sinful Spoil Offenders. You can only use the first and second effect of this card's name each once per turn. If your opponent special summons a monster from the deck and or extra deck and you control a Diabellstar monster card, target one monster they control, shuffle it into the deck. During the damage step, if your Diabellstar monster battles an opponent's monster, you can banish this card from your graveyard. That opponent's monster's attack becomes halved until the end of this turn. This is not terrible, but it's not. I don't think this one is going to see play because it requires you to have Diabellstar on the board, and a lot of the times you don't want to do that. Actually, I think that's one of the biggest, I want to say, fails of the Diabellstar / Sinful Spoil archetype so far. Is that like it kind of has this theme going, like you want to keep Diabellstar around, but then they haven't given us enough payoff to actually want to do that, right? Like it's they gave Diabellstar this floating effect, right? And so it portrays this idea of part of this deck's game plan is to summon a Diabellstar, keep it on the board, and then play around with that, right? You have some powerful cards that have good effects when you have Diabellstar on the board. Diabellstar has the effect to summon back from the graveyard if it gets sent there on the opponent's turn, so it's hard to get rid of, right? So and now you have this card which protects it even further because you can like make it harder to run over it by battle and such. And then the reality is everyone summons Diabellstar and then immediately sends it for original Sinful Spoil or makes it dark with it, right? Because none of those cards that incentivize you to keep Diabellstar around are actually good enough, right? Or like rather all the other things you can do are just much better, right? Which is, I feel like that's a kind of a failed mechanic within the Diabellstar archetype. Maybe the main reason for that is original Sinful Spoils, right? Because original Sinful Spoil is obviously the best target for Diabellstar and it requires you to send a face-up card. So naturally, the most obvious play is Diabellstar set original and then send Diabellstar away and just do other stuff than Diabellstar stuff because Snake Eye stuff is better than Diabellstar stuff. So yeah, that's kind of the direction that I would like the deck to take. Is away from Snake Eye and actually play all the other Diabellstar stuff. And that's, I feel like it's a frustrating thought because I think Diabellstar and all the cards surrounding it are actually quite cool for like a lore archetype. It's just that the Snake Eye cards specifically are too broken and not balanced at all. I feel like we'd have no issue with we'd have no issue with all of these and Diabellstar and so on and so forth if it wasn't for the Snake Eye portion, but yeah. Yeah, it is what it is. This archetype seems good, but also fun at the same time. I actually wouldn't mind if I wouldn't mind if they just like went ahead and were like, okay, now we've given you other original we've given you other Sinful Spoils cards, so go play those with your Diabellstar, and we're just gonna ban original Sinful Spoils. That because a lot of people have said when I proposed a banning of original Sinful Spoils as a way to get rid of Diabellstar as an extender for the Snake Eye deck, they were like, you can't do that because then Diabellstar basically has no purpose, right? The only real target for Diabellstar at the moment is original Sinful Spoils. So now that they've made another archetype that is centered around Sinful Spoils, and this archetype does not need original Sinful Spoils at all, right? My copium is that that means they could potentially get rid of original Sinful Spoil, and then we can still use Diabellstar in the context of this archetype where it would be completely fine. It is cope, but look, the thing is, we're all coping just in different ways, right? We all agree that Snake Eyes need to die. We all just cope in different forms on how it's gonna happen, right? Isn't that true? I feel like we can all agree on that, right? I feel like we all agree on the fact that... Why are we Wombo comboing right now? Anyways, I feel like we all agree on the fact that like Snake Eyes needs to die in some way, shape, or form. Some people want Flamberge to die, some want Oak to die, some want Poplar to die, some want Original to die, dude. We don't need to argue about what exactly is gonna happen. As long as we're all in agreement that something off of this deck needs to die, I feel like we're all on the same page. We're just on like different, sentences on the same page. But it's all right. This archetype's cool. Okay, they made a badass Goblin Rider. Guys, I have one question. What are they gonna name this in the TCG? Because I'm gonna tell you now, it's not gonna be badass Goblin Riders. It's gonna be like really cool Goblin Rider. I don't know. Really, really pog Goblin Riders. Anyways. This makes Beatrice. It's a level 6 Dark Fiend. You can only use the second and third effect once per turn. If you control no monsters, or all monsters you control are goblin monsters, you can normal summon this card without tributing. If this card is normal or special summoned, you can special summon a level 4 or lower goblin monster from your deck. If this card is sent to the graveyard, you can target one card on the field, attach it to your Goblin Xyz monster as material. Okay, this card... Have my bits been ignored? I didn't... The problem is I don't have bits in my... I can't see the bits really well. That's my bad. Let me check. Activity feed. Hey boss, I got the draft for the ban list post Euros, but why is this fan favorite fusion monster still on the forbidden part of the list? I don't... What is your question? Anyways. Yeah, I appreciate the bits, but I don't understand the question. Where was I? That threw me off. This card seems good. It's I mean, it'd be really broken if it was a special summon. They made a joke about you designing the bands. Oh, okay, I see. So this is a really good starter because you just normal summon it and it's like a tour guide, but it's level 6. Then you overlay it into a rank 6 Exceed. Right? And then if you end on a Goblin Exceed monster, I feel like the best thing you can do with this card later on is the fact that you can detach it on your opponent's turn and then attach one of your opponent's cards to your monster as Exceed material as like a way of interrupting your opponent, right? That seems like a really strong card overall because it's a perfect starter card. It's also there's one thing I don't know about this, like whether you can easily special summon this card from your deck if you don't draw it, right? Like if I don't remember all the Goblin Bikers effects, unfortunately. Yes, you can. Okay, nice. So I can even use it in some of my combos if I don't draw it. So I think the ideal way to use this card would be to use it in your first turn combo somehow, keep it as an Exceed material, detach it on your opponent's turn to attach one of your opponent's cards. So it's both a starter and a disruption. That's really, really powerful. We've got Goblin Biker Grand Imprisonment. Quick play spell card. You can only use the first and second effect of this card's name each once per turn. Tribute one monster. Special summon a goblin monster from your deck, but it cannot attack this turn. A quick play. Emergency teleport. Requires you to tribute. That can sometimes be a plus, though. Because you can dodge negation. Right? You can dodge Imperm Veiler and then still get a goblin from your deck. Well, that's another way to easily special summon this guy. When a monster declares an attack, you can banish this card from your grave and detach any number of materials from your Goblin Xyz monsters. All face-up monsters your opponents currently control lose 1,000 attack for each material detached until the end of this turn. That's like a low-key, really annoying secondary effect on a card. Like, this is not going to be the main reason you're playing this card. The main reason is always going to be this, which is a solid enough reason, right? Like, this card is already good. But the fact that you can do this on top, like, it makes your stuff so hard to attack over, right? Because, like, you detach one, all of your opponent's monsters lose 1,000. You detach two, everything goes minus 2,000. Like, it's really hard to attack over your stuff. And you can also use it on your own turn. If you ever, like, if there's a big thing you can't attack over, you can just, like, use this to make everything 0, right? Like, you just put 8,000 attack on the board, attack, and your opponent's stuff all goes down to 0. That's, I think that's a more annoying secondary effect than you would think on first glance, because most of the time, when anything involves attacking or damage step or battle phase, usually to be ignored in terms of the power of a card. And here's the same thing. Like, this would never be the reason to play the card, but it's a really good bonus effect on a card that's already playable. Goblin Biker Grand Crisis. Continuous trap card. You can only use the first and second effect of this card's name each once per turn. Target a goblin monster you control and a monster your opponent controls, or one goblin monster in your graveyard and one monster in your opponent's graveyard. Banish both. You can send this face-up card from your spell and trap zone to the graveyard, then target 5 of your banished goblin monsters with different names, special summon them. Okay. The second effect is funny. Even though that's probably not happening. So if you're playing this card, it would be mostly for the first effect. It is kind of cute, the fact that you can either disrupt the board or the graveyard, depending on whichever your opponent is trying to do. You know, your opponent's trying to do something with the grave, banish a goblin from grave and the card they're trying to use, or banish 2 off the board. I don't think this is good enough for a for me to play a trap card. I don't think this is impactful enough for this to be played. Maximum, obviously, this would be a one-off if Goblin Bikers can search it, which I'm not sure. But yeah, their first trap is already better. I mean, I guess it's questionable. I don't think you would ever play multiple different trap cards in Goblin Bikers. They have a trap card already. I don't know exactly how good it was. So whether this is better or not. Do they play a trap at the moment? Gigantic's Wet Dreams coming true, yeah. The big Gabonga Andes are gonna eat good, I think. I mean, it's like, the thing is, I wanna keep it realistic. These cards are solid. But you always have to see it in relation to the other stuff that's going on, right? This is from Rage of the Abyss. And no matter how solid these cards are, they are not Snake Eye good, and they are not Fiendsmith good. So I feel like that's this looming shadow over everything in Yu-Gi-Oh! Right now, unironically, and it's frustrating. Because there's a lot of cool archetypes coming out, and Snake Eyes and Fiendsmith are just like, yeah, look, it doesn't matter, right? Like that is one of my main frustrations with testing for Euros as well, right? Like I feel like I look at so many different archetypes. I look at them and I'm like, these look really cool and fun if only they were actually good enough, right? And they could be good enough if they didn't overtune Snake Eye and Fiendsmith so much, right? Like I'm looking at Widewoods, even Ice Barrier, Ritual Beast, Goblin Bikers, the Azamina cards, all this stuff. And ironically, looks like it would be fun. But the reality is we need to solve that Fiendsmith Snake Eye problem first, because that is gatekeeping good card design. Because out of all, literally, quick recap, out of all the cards we've seen today, I feel like everything was very well designed and looks pretty interactive and fun. Maybe except for this one card here, which has an Omni Negate, but it doesn't even destroy. But like, this is the one card that I felt like was not super well designed today. Everything else is completely fine in my book, right? And it's a shame that I can't really actively look forward to it because of Snake Eye and Fiendsmith being so dominant, right? But anyways, let's look at the positives here. They are cool archetypes, and in a world where they deal with Fiendsmith and Snake Eyes properly on a ban list, we could actually look at a pretty cool we could actually look at a pretty cool format, right? A ban list doesn't matter. Here's proof. What's your point? This is not proof at all. Obviously, the ban list needs to be good. So why are you showing me the OCG? When has the OCG had a ban list that was good for the last time? Like friggin' 2014 or something? Like obviously you need someone with like you need a good ban list. I've been saying this for weeks now, but limiting Wanted or limiting Snake Eye Ash does not do shit. But look at this. They semi-limited Bonfire. Jesus Christ. Like this is not the OCG basically hasn't gotten a ban list in like 8 years. So I don't know what your point is. I am in good hopes that the TCG is going to do better than this. I mean, I feel like the willingness to ban cards like Baron and Savage was already a pretty good step. Now we just need them to take care of Snake Eye and Fiendsmith. Yeah. All right. Oh, you mean let me get rid of that wheel timer because we're not actually doing the wheel today. All right. Even we OCG players are mad. I mean, I've like the problem is specifically on Fiendsmith. I think the TCG is also going to suffer for a decent amount of time. I think the main mistake with like, because I really like the thing with Konami is like it's a very natural thing, but sometimes they make good decisions and sometimes they make bad decisions. It's not like they only make good decisions or only make bad decisions. Like I'll give you one example. When everyone was doom posting about Super Heavy Samurai, they made them commons and then just like got rid of Super Heavy Samurais like a couple weeks later, which was super based because that deck was gonna ruin the game, right? So they got rid of Super Heavy Samurai relatively quickly, which was super based. And now with Fiendsmith, I don't think it's gonna happen because they make Fiendsmith very high rare. Fiendsmith is going to be a secret rare, so I think Fiendsmith is going to be a thing for longer than Super Heavy Samurai was, which is a problem. You can always ban Lurie. I mean, I think that's the only hope that we have left, but even that I think is a little bit of copium. Like, there is this small chance that they hit Fiendsmith without actually hitting Fiendsmith. You know what I mean? Like, they could hit Beatrice, they could hit Appaloosa, they could hit Fabled Lurie or something like that, right? They could ban Closed Moon because that one's low rarity. That kind of stuff, right? Those are things that could happen, which would obviously be really good. But we will just have to wait and see at this point, right? It's just speculation, right? It's speculation because you simply don't know. You know, sometimes they make good decisions, sometimes they make bad decisions. It's impossible to predict how well they're gonna handle Fiendsmith. I personally feel like that Snake Eyes being very close to tier 0 for months now has been not great for the game. And I think if we go from Snake Eye tier 0 into Fiendsmith tier 0, I think that'd be pretty bad. And I hope they realize that. I hope they realize that. I personally think a tier 0 format every once in a while is something that's always going to happen and something to be expected. I think one tier 0 format followed by another tier 0 format is not ideal, to say it like lightly, right? So yeah. Our locals has gone from 15 to 20 people a week to 5 to 10 this format. See, and the thing is, I find it hard to believe that Konami isn't aware of that, right? Because they have those numbers, right? Like all the OTS tournaments, they report how many players they have and all that kind of stuff. You know, I myself have not been going to locals in these last couple weeks, partially because I just didn't have that much time, but also because I didn't really know what to do. Like, if I go to locals, it feels like I either play meta decks, which is like basically Snake Eyes, which doesn't feel like appropriate going to locals to play Snake Eyes, or I'm just playing like janky stuff, right? Which also I guess that's kind of fun, but yeah. My locals have increased to 40% stun. Yeah, I think Snake Eye format has had a couple of negative effects on the game. I hope they realize that, and I hope they deal with Fiendsmith properly. Anyways, let's move on. These things are all out of our control. We just have to hope that the next ban list comes soon and that it's good. And yeah, we'll just have to wait and see. So let's talk about something that we know is going to happen. And we know when it's going to happen, which is the next pack in Master Duel. It's been announced, and it's got some. We don't have the full cart list yet, but we do have a couple of interesting ones. We've got the upcoming selection pack, Eternal Partners, which has a couple of banger cards in it already. As you can see, there's Yubel, the Loving Defender Forever. This is July 11th when this comes out, by the way. This is going to be in 3 days. So on Thursday, where I'm going to be live and we're going to play with the new cards immediately. The question is, because obviously Yubel, the Loving Defender is a, what is that? Photon Hype? No, not Photon Hypernova. What set is that? I forgot. But it's been out for a while. Phantom Nightmare. I knew it was something with a P. Yeah, Phantom Nightmare. Is this going to be all the Yubel cards? Like, are we getting Phantom of Yubel potentially? It's not impossible. I don't know how likely it is, but it could be full power Yubel. So we're gonna have to wait and see about that. Then we got Typhon. Typhon is huge no matter what. Like, Typhon is a crazy powerful card. We all know this already in the TCG, obviously, but I think the value of Typhon, especially in best of one, cannot be overstated. Like, I think this card is really important to balance the whole like going first, going second. You don't know what's gonna happen, right? Having good extra deck cards for when you go second is phenomenal. Typhon is still, to this day, I said this when it came out, and I still believe in it. Typhon is one of the best designed cards in recent history. Like, maybe not the best, but it is a super well designed card that has done great things for the game in terms of like helping going second a little bit. The reason why, just to repeat myself, because it's been a while since it came out in the TCG, the reason why I love Typhon so much is because it's a good card for going second that you don't need to actually draw. Like cards like Thrust or whatever were also good cards for going second, but it's always like you need to draw them. You also need to have them in your main deck if you want to have a chance at drawing it game one. And it's the kind of situation where, well, if I play like Dark Ruler in my deck and I go first and I draw Dark Ruler, it's a completely dead draw, which is why a lot of the times people would only side deck those cards so they don't actually have an impact on game one. Typhon being in your extra deck is always accessible and it will not ruin your draws. Right? So you can, if you want your deck to be a little bit better going second, you can just put Typhon in it and it's not going to make your deck inconsistent or anything. You can just like use it going second. It has no applications for going first, pretty much. So exclusively helps the player going second, which is definitely a good thing. So love Typhon. Centurion is in here. This is about time. This is definitely about like long overdue. I don't even know how much this matters. We're gonna try. I think Centurion is an interesting deck. I actually like Centurion a lot. Especially in Master Duel, because it doesn't have Calamity anymore, right? Which is really cool. Like, unironically, Centurion it's a real shame that the deck is kind of viewed as this Calamity turbo. Yeah, it loses to Maxi and Nib. What, Centurion? The full Centurion combo summons 4 times. What are you talking about? Centurion has historically always been good against Nib because it doesn't summon 5 times. Anyways, looking forward to Centurion. Magispector support is here just for completion's sake. This is not going to matter that much. I don't think these cards are not bad. I just don't think Magispector is good enough. And then they announced Iron Thunder for some reason. And then they also announced another pack which has a bunch of cards that we already have in the game. So I don't know exactly what this is about. But yeah. Reprints. Yeah, it's weird to talk about reprints when it's a digital game, but yeah, I guess this is reprints. Yeah. All right, so Voldemort, thank you for the 30 months. Welcome back. Appreciate you. Before we hop into Master Duel right away, I have a quick update for you guys regarding the cloud card grading giveaway that you guys have voted for, right? Just as a repeat, Cloud Card Grading is a grading company from Germany that is now sponsoring the channel, and as a kickoff giveaway, they're doing they're grading 100 cards that you guys were able to vote for. I just wanted to give you guys the list because the voting ended at the start of July, and I have decided, because we're gonna give away 100 cards. You guys voted, and I picked the top 20. The top 20, and there's going to be 5 copies of each. So I'm just going to quickly tell you which cards won. And then I'm hoping we can get this all done by the end of the month, because obviously they have to organize all the cards. They have to organize all the cards and then get them graded and all that kind of stuff. So, yeah. So the cards that won are Runic Fountain, Totally Awesome, Sky Striker Ace Ray, Mathmech Circular. They are in order of popularity, by the way. So, I mean, obviously, who is gonna... where was I? Mathmech Circular, Runic Tip, Little D. Some real comedians out there. Little D is part of the top 20. Insector Hornet. I don't know why that's there. Laundry Dragon Maid, Max C, Hugin the Runic Wings, Sprite Blue, Ronin Toadin, Sky Striker Mobilize Engage, Swap Frog, Tearlaments Kid Kalos, Naturia Sunflower, Smile, Paleozoic Morella, Paleozoic Opabinia, Sunseed Genius Loci was only on spot 19, so it barely made it. And then number 20 was Snipe Hunter. So out of those, from those 20 cards, there's going to be 5 copies each as part of the giveaway graded collection by Cloud Card Grading. So we're going to have to wait and see. I don't know exactly how long it takes them because they have to buy, obviously they have to go and get and grade 5 copies of each of those cards. And yeah, what was 21st? Oh, I can check real quick. Let me check. 21st, the card that barely did not make it was the Bestial Lubellion. The Bestial Lubellion was 21st. And then 22nd was Colossal Fighter. Sag. But yeah. Alright, that's that. Shipping to anywhere? Yes, anyone can take part in it. Yeah, there's going to be 5 graded Sky Striker Ace Rays as part of the Joshua Schmidt signature collection. Do with that information whatever you will. All right. Okay, so today, guys, we're gonna actually climb, okay? We're actually gonna climb today. Because I noticed that I usually, whenever I play Master Duel, we don't actually like try hard. We just play whatever. We play some paleo here and there. We do the wheel stream where you guys force me to play like Flu and such. Today is none of that's gonna happen. Today we're gonna play meta decks, and we're gonna play well. We're gonna concentrate on our plays. We're not gonna meme around. We're gonna climb at least to Master today. We are currently in Diamond 3, 1 game away from Diamond 2, and we're actually gonna play good decks today. I have Branded lined up because I actually want to learn Branded a little bit in Master Duel. Yes, it's got Gimmick Puppet, call me cringe, but that's the best way to play Branded. And I think I want to start with some Branded. I'm not super well experienced with Branded so far. I did 2 games before the stream. I went first 2 times. I puppet locked my opponent 2 times. So wonderful time before the stream. 1 win away from Diamond 2. So let's hop right in. Bringing Branded to Worlds? Well, I don't know yet. But the reality is, if the Worlds format is the same as last year, then there's a big chance that Branded is part of the best 6 decks. Because last year it was 3, we were teams of 3, 2 decks each, paired card pool, so you couldn't play the same deck multiple times. And as a result, I think if that's the same this year, I think Branded will definitely be relevant for the format. Whether we play it or maybe our opponents play it, but you're gonna need experience with or against Branded, right? So it's important. Going to Worlds with the same team? Yes. 58 cards is better. I mean, I wanted to try Fusion Duplication to actually see how it works when you hard draw it. I kind of like the idea of it. If Yubel gets full power, it should be one of the best decks. Yeah. No doubt. If Yubel releases at full power, then it's going to be a very strong contender. Yeah. Was Worlds ever won by the same person more than once? Well, for a Master Duel, that wouldn't be possible because there has only been one. What was this? Wait, this was not full Rescue Ace combo. What happened? Why did they add alert? Anyways, we take those. All right, cool. We deploy the troops. iPhone plus the seconds is... I mean, Paleo is already tier 0. It's not going to get better than that. I also like the fact that I top decked Called By as my 6th card in 60. So initially, we're just gonna... I feel like we're just gonna freestyle. Probably pitch Merc. I don't know why we're doing this. But I like it because it lets me... Because now the SP is going to stay because it needs to banish both so I can actually thrust. Add Brandon Fusion and then thrust. I think I play 1 Talons. I think I can thrust for Talons. So I'm not sure what I'm supposed to send here. I can probably just go for game anyways. In which case I wouldn't need to go for Gimmick Puppet. I mean, I can send Puppet, but I don't need to, right? Because I just have game. I'm pretty sure. I don't play Garura. Oh, I do play Garura. Why do I play Garura? Oh, I play Super Poly. Right, that's why. Let's just send a Shrouded Dragon. For now. And then let's thrust for Talents. I do play 1 Talents. Do not set. Thrust for Grass is better? I disagree. So this card cannot attack. Yeah. So I'll just summon this by banishing Merc and Albaz. I can just discard Branded in red. Make Mirror Jade. Mirror Jade banish this. Is exactly 8k. No need to overcomplicate things. Search Royal Quem just for good measure. Well, I don't know. I wonder how that was gonna go if they played their opening correctly, because that definitely was full Rescue Ace combo and they just didn't go for it. Okay. Good start. Zelda Saver, thank you for the 11 months. Appreciate that. Welcome back. Thank you for the continuous support. Did I miss the review for the new cards? We did do that already. It's gonna be on the Plus channel soon though, so don't worry about it. Okay, so the The only reason not to go for Lubellion first would be Droll and Lockbird. I do think there's a non-zero chance that they Ash this though, and Ash is like more common than Lockbird. Whoopsie, I accidentally used my Prime on a branded player. I do play the one of Magnamut, which is probably okay here. Better than, I mean, Serenir. I can't get Serenir to the graveyard if my branded fusion gets stopped anyways, so I feel like it's Magna. I could send Albaz to the graveyard to make the kid a special summon. I don't really see what that achieves though. I guess if they... Nah, I think I just normal summon Kit and see if it works. Oh no, Kit needs a fusion monster. I thought Kit was like Cartesia. They're different. Okay. Okay, so I'm pretty sure this is one of the spots where I could be cheeky and grab Branded in High Spirits to play around Ash on Branded Fusion. Isn't that right? Could I? No, because I already used Kit. Because what would the play even be? Because that's the play if you still can Kit, right? But you need the Serenir, or I could have searched Serenir for that. Anyways, we're just gonna activate Branded Fusion. Okay. So make Verte. Are you sure I can summon? I'm still locked into fusions, am I not? I'm still locked into fusion. Yeah. You guys are yapping. Oh. That Branded in Red is kind of awkward. Because I kind of wanted to go Magnamut, banish Albaz, summon Lubellion to place Lost to set Super Poly. But that would be my only target for Branded in Red if I did that. This list also, I copied this, but this list does not have Guardian Chimera, which I thought was really weird. But it turns out a lot of people just don't play Guardian Chimera anymore, which I haven't kept up with the branded players. Like the development in the community, but for somehow they don't play that anymore. Horus and Therions. Okay. Rindrum would seem okay for one. I mean, Rindrum wouldn't even have given them a draw. But what's the point of Rindrum? I'd rather I wanted to discard this for my Albaz. What is like happening? There is an Earth Horus, right? Surely they'll go for that next to the Regulus. Übelst 5. Yeah, thank you, Blaurock. Therion charge. Hold up. Send a Therion card. Spell trap, activate one. I mean, I can't really do anything about that. Yeah. So. All right. Those are really good. They are drawing really well. I hate this. I hate it here. Oh, Earth. Yeah, but if I super poly these, Happy goes crazy. What is happening? Please inspect their decks. It had 1 Ash and 2 Maxis. That's the secret. In case you were wondering how the deck's winning, that's how. Now you know. I tried building Lair of Darkness Paleo, but I couldn't find a good way to implement it. What does implement mean? Dude, stop! They had like no cards a second ago. How does this... Is Gamma rising in popularity right now? Gamma is always kind of popular, but yes, at the moment it feels like Gamma is very popular. More than usual. Well, there you go. Should have risked the super poly. I mean, what do you mean risk? It's not a risk if you know you're gonna lose if you use it. Like, that's not a solution if you know the play you make is losing the game, right? Like, I can't super poly 2 monsters off of their field if they have a happy that gets 2 cards of their choosing back from the graveyard. Like, that's not a risk, that's just not good. Branded is very skillful. Maybe you need a couch. A couch to like sleep on? Hmm. Ice Spirits doesn't work under macro, right? Because it says reveal. Oh no, reveal. Then you can apply. No. Send one to the graveyard, then you can. Yeah, I don't send. Yeah, it doesn't work. Yeah, they attribute something Fenrir. Dude, the insta D rank. We got ashed and then stunned. I mean, Branded has one of the most polarizing matchups against stun, I feel like. Because going first, if you make a board, they're never getting rid of that. If you go second, though, you have like no outs in your deck. Really annoying. What's the other effect? Oh, you can summon an Albaz from the grave. Ah. So if I revive, like, I'm gonna brand it in white. If I activate it right now, I'd have to banish this from the graveyard. I could also just reset it. The problem is if they have Max C, they draw an extra card, right? Because this way, now the Albaz isn't going to get banished, which I could be better, I guess. I don't know. It also plays around a Bestial, I suppose. I guess it's this. I guess the Albaz being in the grave or banished didn't really matter. It's not great. It's just Mirror Jade Merc. I mean, it's like... Don't know if we had a better play there. Through Ash? I mean, yeah, but like... Why are we playing Branded? I just want to play some meta decks today that we're not going to play Branded all stream, but just some meta decks that I haven't played in the recent weeks because I want to get in shape for Worlds and make myself like familiar with some of these decks. So play Labrynth. Labrynth is also on the list, yeah. Well, yeah, we got Ash Imperm Bonfire over there. Very good player. Probably gonna lose that one. I guess I'm Mercuriering the Ash and hoping that's it. Lambersh. All right, I now know why I never played branded. There we go. Let's play a different deck. What else? Let's play some lab. Where's lab? Where's lab? I know I have a lab. Oh, there. This is a wacky lab list, but I'm okay with that. Let's play that a little bit. That hand was pretty nice. Rollback is so weird in Labrynth because, like, I really want to play it. It's so nice. The same is true with furnitures. Like, when they work, it's just so good. Like, these situations are just so nuts. Runic Lab? It's not really Runic Lab. It just plays Flashing Fire to deal with IP Mask Arena into SP. I don't want to get SP'd when I go second. And Runic Flashing Fire can catch opponents off guard after you use Trap Trick, because this is a Trap Trick list. So your opponent thinks you can't activate your... Oh, actually, this is also what it's for. I was about to complain. It also summons Hugin to protect from these cards. I was about to complain, but actually, this is what it's for. So it's just flexible. I'm not sure if it's the best version, but it just does flexible things like this, right? Set battle phase. Okay, weird behavior. Oh, okay. Let's go with this. Play around Ash just in case they held it. Common Lovely. I could roll back copy Welcome Lab. to summon Lady. I think I like. I can't attack for game next turn, so maybe it's not. Maybe I should keep this around. Maybe it's just this. Then I can't set. Ah, this is worth it. All right, so we're gonna activate to pop. We're gonna activate to return. And we're gonna, I think we're gonna draw actually. Because like, what Labrynth card do I really need here? I feel like I've got anything. I mean, I could just grab Coup Clock or the other furniture. Okay. Shouldn't Stovey be the last chain link because of Ash? Technically you could do it that way. I don't think Ash is like, I'm not unhappy about getting the Ash out of the hand here because it means I'm gonna hit a different card with this. Okay, all of this is very much irrelevant. I think I'm chaining this actually to get the pop because I mean it's Sky Striker. I'll just pop to dodge the Widow Anchor. Okay. No, let's actually pop this. Another anchor. All right. So, I'm gonna pitch the lady here. Yeah. That Hugin to protect from Lightning Storm was really, really clutch there. That was the first time that actually worked. I think it didn't read my TTS message. My sound settings are a little off. Let me check real quick. My bad. Yeah, I can't see it either. Maybe you didn't do it properly. I don't know. I can't see it either. And that's not great. Not the end of the world though. Lab feels more consistent than Snake Eye decks are. I mean, more consistent. Yes, I would tend to agree. The problem, like we've gone first 3 times in a row. I want to clarify that. Like, this deck is a lot worse going second and struggles a lot more going second. But there's some truth behind, like, you can make trade-offs in Yu-Gi-Oh sometimes between more power and more vulnerability in other cases. Like, for example, this deck is less powerful than Snake Eyes, but it does care about a card like Max C a lot less. So while you lose some games because your deck isn't powerful enough, you also win some games because your opponent had Max C, but you don't lose to it. Those kind of things. How do we beat Fire King with Lab? We need to draw really, really well. But it's not impossible. That doesn't seem like the right spot to Daruma, to be honest, because if he has Witch, it's game. That's crazy how you fit so much misinformation in one sentence. That's very impressive. What do I want? See, the thing is, that Flamberge is going to be a problem regardless. So if I pop it now, I at least have some control over what they do with it, and I can kill the Snake Eye Ash right away. But I could also... I can Chaos Angel it, but yeah, I guess I would probably just Chaos Angel it. Okay, pop the original. That's not great. Activate this. Summon this here. So just normal. And Angel. If I played Frecky, it was game, but I don't. Do I have Malong? I do have Malong, yeah. I waited with the lovely reset, just in case they had evenly. It wasn't likely, but just in case. Oh yeah. Because if they had evenly at end of battle phase, I was going to keep lovely and then reset the Daruma that way. With the volcanics. Okay. Do they even have a set target for this? Why didn't they banish? Oh, okay. K Kemal, thank you for the Prime. Flo Freeze, thank you for the gift sub. And Guntham, thank you for the 13 months. I'm a little confused why they're not doing anything with the wanted in the graveyard. Poplar doesn't even have a target. I feel like I can just punishment here. Send Entis, pop these two and the card in hand, and that should, I mean, like, I'm not, what am I thinking about? Just do the thing. They can still do some stuff, but they'll never play through the Daruma. And Flashing Fire, for that matter, for whatever matters. Why would you chain here? I targeted the other one. You could have dodged. Oh no, you couldn't have dodged punishment because I'm lovely. No, I popped Volcanic Shell. That's kind of funny. All right, they still have OSS to search. They still have wanted to draw a card, but I don't think it does enough. Okay. I don't want to use my Flashing Fire. Yep. Let me read that trap card real quick. I don't think it does anything. Take a volcanic from your deck, either add it to hand or special summon it. Okay. So what I can do is this. Is this continuous? No. Ooh, that's nice. I mean, unless they play 3 Emperor, can it counter? Hey. It is an ass deck. Moya, thank you for the prime. Appreciate that. Thank you. Welcome back. Omni as well. Appreciate the 2 years of support. Incredible. Thank you. As long as we win coin flips, this deck is really good. I don't know how good it is going second. I mean, specifically against Fire King, it's gonna suck going second. But we keep winning these coin flips, so it's fine. Hurricaneator, thank you for the full year. Welcome back. No Arias? I actually don't think Arias is that good at going second. Like Arias, the problem is Arias goes minus. You lose 2 cards just to maybe stop your opponent from playing when they go first, and you might still not be able to, like, you still go like Arias, stop them from playing, then set 4 and pass into their already existing board. It's not great. Why not field spell? Because then if I get ashed on the welcome, it's not great. Oh god. All right, that's, I don't know. This card is really good. I feel like getting rid of it. See, this is why I didn't grab the field spell. Flashing Fire, summon, and then bounce Yugen. Yeah, but that's not the play. That's never the play, I feel like. That can't be the play. They're playing 60 cards. Oh. They play 60 cards and open Nemleria Ash. The hell? I guess I'll let him cook. Okay, this negates targeting. Do they go anything from the extra deck? They're locked, right? You cannot summon from the extra deck. Okay. Battle phase. Okay, so this sets big trap trick sets Morella. Rollback. Rollback. Ooh. Okay. Yeah. That was pretty sweet. I mean, it wasn't that malaria, so okay, back where we started, somewhat. And we've lost the first coin flip. This is where it's starting to go down. Is Branded still a top 6 deck? I mean, I would think so. Oh, we've drawn Max C. Okay, that's smart when you go second. Ooh, it's a lab mirror. Okay. This is a little awkward because if I chain Maxi to the welcome that they're about to set, then they can chain Arias to it. I mean, can't really do anything about that. Dynamorphia? I guess it could be Dynamorphia. Isn't Dynamorphia a really good matchup for me? Nah, it's Lab. You see, if I max C now, they chain Arias, and then they can actually do the Lovely play. I would rather not get Lovely'd here, so I'll I'll keep it for my turn, I guess. Yeah, fine. Hmm. Yeah. I'm taking this one in case they have Maxi. I don't want to get the special summon one. Usually I think Stovey is the better one, but I don't want it here. Metaverse. They're doing it in a very weird spot. I'm just gonna do this now, and it's really bad for them. Because I stopped the chain block on this. The areas can go off. I don't even care. I'll just maxi it. I don't know what kind, if they play anything that isn't, like, do they play Necro Valley? Oh, that's huge. Holy shit. Okay. We play Necro Valley. Okay, I mean, this game is Jover. They opened like the best possible hand against like Snake Eye, and it was just the mirror match. It was like Metaverse for Necro Valley and Rivalry, dude. Nice floodgates if you're playing the mirror match. I guess going second wasn't that bad in that game. See how it's gonna be in this one. The top deck field spell was insane now. Field spell's crazy in the mirror. This hand is not ideal. We'll see. 45 cards, Eldritch Sleeves. I'm expecting great things. All right. Okay. Tearlaments. All right, good. In zombie vampire we trust, I suppose. This is potentially solid for me because if they mill like furniture or even any trap card that I can copy with rollback, it'd be okay. I got Morella and I got a big welcome and a punishment. It's not bad. They got insane though. They got Sharon and Rainbow Bridge and Scream, so not looking good, but we'll see. Take my Ariana, alright. Activate Scream. Do they activate Sharon? I guess, I mean, they might not be able to summon Kid Kalos yet. Well, I mean, they can definitely just go curl a Rhino into Rhino Heart. They haven't normaled yet, so. They can also SP banish my big welcome in the graveyard, which isn't great. Not looking good. They got the Strudo, so they might also end on Baron. Well, it is what it is. Prime, yeah. They chained correctly, they could summon Kid. Yeah, but maybe, I mean, I guess, yeah, they could have. Is Horus in tier copium? I mean, everything about Tearlaments is copium. Like, nothing about Tearlaments should work, but somehow it always kind of does. Like, playing Tearlaments is copium. Well, like, it often works. For some reason, it's just gambling. And the Horus cards are good at gambling, so they're playable. Take it back? Why would I take it back? That's what the deck's all about. You simply need to embrace it. Yeah, we're not winning this. SP, banish my big welcome. The Strudo on Rhino Heart, make Baron. Set Crime. War, make SP without an extract monster so it doesn't banish. Whatever. And now also can't make Baron anymore. That was pretty sweet. Maybe we do win. We'll see. We'll see if they get punished for that. That was pretty bad. Probably still not winning, but incredible behavior. All right. Can crime negate card effects? No. Can't beat that. Tearlaments strongest. Nizokaru, thank you for the 15 months. Alright. Hoping to pick up a way to Ariana or furniture. That'd be pretty neat. The hand's already good, but... Alright, one Hugin, one Entis. This guy, this, and... Kukuska. For some reason, Master Rank is full of Tearlaments. I mean, I understand it. Tearlaments is fun. Okay, I did not find anything that I was looking for, basically. I guess the closest is Welcome Lab. Yeah. You're playing 50 cards, man. The one game I don't have Flashing Fire to summon Hugin. Okay. Oh. Do I just Aruma here? I feel like I do. I'm doing this in chain here because I need to know if they have Ash. Because it might change what I search off of Ariana. Because now I'm gonna reset welcome. I think I grabbed a field spell. Yeah, because this worked out. That was Rumble, yeah. So I left, unfortunately, I left the Scareclaw card in hand, which is really annoying. But it's okay, I think. Attack over this guy. Set this, activate this, set... I don't need to set Big Welcome. I could make Chaos Angel, but I kind of want to keep the Lovely around. Chaos Angel, Banish Diabell Star is nice. But I can also just go on their draw phase when this is still face down. I can go Welcome, use Lab effect to destroy the Diabell Star because it can only summon itself back on the opponent's turn. I don't have a Big Welcome left in the deck. I could Morella for hold up. What if I make Chaos Angel, banish Diabell Star, Morella for rollback, copy Big Welcome, summon the Lovely back? Oh no, it triggers that. I can revive it with the field spell, right? I've never done that. I rarely use the field spell to revive. So I go Morella. This is very good. I go Morella, send rollback. That triggers this. Optic Max C. Okay. That's probably just fine. It's not ideal, but it's okay. So, I mean, they're not playing through rollback, big welcome, bounce, welcome with a pop, and the Ruma. Like, that's not happening. This is through Duster. I mean, Transaction Rollback is the kind of card that can win you games like this, right? Transaction Rollback also did a huge job at improving how these decks deal with Duster. Right? Like, Karma Cannon and Rollback are incredible. Shouldn't you use their field spell to pop their field? I don't want to summon before I need to because it's going to trigger Max C once more. Like, none of this is really a problem. I can just... Bigwell can bounce the bobblehead now, I think. To pop another card in hand. Actually, I might bounce the Visas to prevent Astrolaud. Yeah, get this out of here. Up. Trigger this. Not that. And I'll just... I mean, I don't really want to pop the Visa Starfrost in hand, so I'll just pop this. Whatever. And they protect it. Oh, they can protect it with this, right? Yeah, that's fine. Tribute summon. Hey, I guess. Bro, can you stop? I'll bring back Morella because I think it's funny. Dude, gigantic sprite? Am I playing into Nibiru right now? I feel like I am. If I copy welcome lab, I can't go for game. I guess we'll play another turn. We should be fine. It was Angel Ball's game, by the way. Congratulations. You're like person number 20 to post that in the chat right now. Twin Saw. So what's their hand? Twin Saw? I don't know any of the others. I mean, the thing is, there's still no combination of cards that make me lose this game, so it literally doesn't matter. That's why I went for Lovely last turn, because it felt safer to me. I don't feel like I need to game them last turn, because I'm just not losing to this situation ever, I feel like. Unless something really unexpected happens, but I don't really see what would happen. You knew all... Did I know all the cards in hand? I didn't pay attention, honestly. I should have, but I didn't pay attention to all the cards. But technically what I'm doing right now is also a 100% win. Like, I'm not losing this, right? So it's whatever. Did you see there's a paleo runic variant? Looks spicy. I mean, I'm sure there is, because I know you guys would think that's way too funny. So I know someone would go and make it. But like, I don't see the synergy, so I don't know. Cross out. Here's how Caesar HS can still win. Hey, now they can pop a card. The unfortunate news is that I might not be able to attack for game with the Paleo. Actually, I can. If I welcome Lab Ariana, I can attack for game with the Paleo. Clutch. Paleozoics stay winning. Yeah, we're cheating the what's it called? The win rate when played of cards, right? Because it always shows when a card is being activated, like win rates and stuff. That's why what we're doing with the Paleos. All right, this is not a good matchup because I also don't play. I don't play Ice Dragon's Prison. It is a good max C here because they haven't gone for the Garunix immediately. But my prediction would be this is a very, very grindy loss, probably, even with a good hand. Like, my hand is good and we resolve max C, but like it's rough. It does depend a lot on their ability as well, though, like to play the game well. But if they just grab Kirin here and pass, not giving me another special summon, like I wouldn't summon the Garunix if I was them. I mean, they don't know the matchup, I guess, but yeah. Yeah, well, that's good. That is definitely a problem. Okay, so got Punishment. It's a really good hand, but we're gonna lose back row to the Kirin. It's not ideal. Is there ever a world where I can bait evenly? Like, does that ever do anything to them? I don't feel like it does anything. I guess we can try. It doesn't make a difference because I'm not going to attack this. Because it just gives them the bigger Garunix. Yeah, that's whatever. Summon. Urchman, thank you for the 14 months. Emre also, thank you for the 22. Appreciate that. And J King, thank you for the 2. Do you have a feeling Konami took a wrong turn along the way of designing the game? That's a very deep question. I don't actually have many issues with the design of this game. Only very few. I feel like Yu-Gi-Oh! Overall is pretty good, with the exception of some archetypes and card designs, like some outliers, like Snake Eyes or Fiendsmith, which is the most like current problem. Glorious viewer, thank you. I'll take your prime gladly. I appreciate that. When they created Paleo, oh yeah, that's the moment where it went downhill. Yes, when they made Paleozoics. Stupid ass hater. That's what's wrong with the game. Paleozoic Morella. Maybe I need to add Ice Dragon's Prison to this list. Because I cannot win this matchup without it, I feel like. Look at the things that are happening. I mean, honestly, even if Ice Dragon's Prison was in my deck, I wouldn't win this game in particular. Because they can grab a Skyburn that can pop 5 cards, so... I'm not winning this. I don't know if I can even do anything about this matchup. I feel like this matchup, if I go second especially, I can just not win. Because all this happens before I can even, like, no matter what trap I play, I always get destroyed on my turn. Like, I set the cards and then they all get destroyed. Lord of the Heavenly Prison would help a little bit, yeah, or evenly. But I don't know. That's why I feel like Lab is rough on ladder. It is rough on ladder, yeah. It is rough on ladder. Let's play... What else do we have that's like strong? Should we play some tier? We could play some tier. I'm not sure. Pearly, I like, the thing is, Pearly is good. I just don't like Pearly. It's a very personal thing for me, though. It's not the fact that I think Pearly is bad. I just don't enjoy Pearly that much. You were shit-talking tier? What, you think when I said Tearlaments is all about gambling, I was shit-talking it? You're not a true Tearlament player if you take that as shit-talk. That is the essential of Tearlament. Like, even the Tearlament players will say this. That's what it's all about. You think it was always like that? No. At full power, Tearlament was not about gambling at all. The deck was just way too consistent. It's the first game. It's the first game! Oh my god. Oh, okay, well, nice shifter. Here we are, back at it again. All right. Why did I say that? Why did I speak so soon? Why did I speak? Look, I could have gone for a rank 4, but then if they have one Solemn, which their cringe-ass deck is probably stun, and they probably play some Solemns, I probably can't win anymore. Whereas if I just hope they brick and I can attack them over 2 turns, I just win. I could have tried lethal, I know, but like, guys, have you ever thought about the fact that maybe if you have lethal, it's not always the best to risk going for it? Have you ever considered that there's another turn that you can win in, and maybe that's a better chance? Oh, it was Cash Tira. All right, well. How is this the first game after I switched to tier? It's a weird day today. I play Branded, I get Ashed. I play Lab, I get Lightning Stormed and Dustered. I play Tier, I get Shifted. Oh, it's... okay, yeah. It's okay, Josh. Ash is limited to 1. Ah, yeah, thank God. It's like this deck was never hit. I mean, that's because it was not hit. So I have this guy, which is... I can super poly these two. Like the IP in this. I can also super poly Savage plus IP Masquerena into Mud Dragon. But then I still get Baroned. If I let them make Baron, I don't play Draco Equist or whatever. Also, Elf can bring back the IP Masquerena. It's all kind of doomed, isn't it? Evenly bait probably loses me the game because they already have an Omni Negate. They just let me go battle phase and I lose it for no reason. Alright, they got 3 level 1 monsters, so if I shuffle back 2, that's sufficient. So I can shuffle back 2 and also the Princess. There's no need for me to target the IP Masquerena because they can just chain Elf. So I'll just target these 3. They do negate that. Oh. Okay. Wait, why formula? Huh? Oh, they play Arclight. Oh my god, they're full fringe build. So This does not target. So it works on Baguska is the problem. If I make Baguska, I technically can make Zeus, but it's gonna get negated by Arclight. So I just go battle phase because they don't have. Yeah. I think we need to use the talents. No, we can use talents in main phase 2. So this. Why can't Baron negate? Because they used it. Baron is once while it's face up on the field. God. Dude. Where is it? Holy shit. Oh, not wanted. Any spell but not wanted. Do I have a target for it? Yeah, I can't detach it. Oh my. Sorry, I'm not gonna talk during this turn, dude. I don't have time. Maybe I shouldn't have attached because Kurikara, yeah. Do people still play Kurikara? Well, they added it, so I know they have it. Unicorn, Poplar, Kurikara, right? Plus an unknown card. Dude, I had... That was not 0. It was not 0. Oh, this keeps happening, man. It's so cringe. That was winnable. I don't even feel happy. I feel nothing. I've just lost like 5 coin flips in a row. Since I started playing tier, I've gotten Necro Valleyed and Shifted and Macro Cosmos. Is Tearlament just attracting this? Like, is this happening because I'm playing Tear? Like, why is this happening? Today's a very weird day. I wish I could add crime, but I don't have a monster. So it's probably just meta noise. The thing is, I guess it's literally just this because I don't want to fuse right now. Okay, I don't actually care about that. I milled 3 talents. Now I milled 2 droplets. What's going on? And I got a Zeus anyways. Don't really have a way around it. Popping with this doesn't really do anything. Pop. If I pop my Solic, I can grab Sharon, then I could Redoer, attack, detach Rhino, use Rhino. Maybe I don't. Maybe I don't Zeus. We'll see. I mean, Zeus is relatively safe, but I lose if they top deck a King Sarcophagus, like Field Spell or King Sark directly, right? I'm dead. If I tag out Rhino Heart effect, bring discard Sharon. I can't send with Rhino, but I can use Sharon to make Kikolos. The problem is I can't get rid of both. The thing is, I can still Zeus them, right? Because my Exceed's still battled. I can still go main phase 2 and potentially make a rank 4 again. What do I add? I've used both fusions this turn. Then normal summon? I did. I got snow. Wait, why did I leave snow under it? Oh my god. Oh no, the timer is messing me up. I wanted to detach snow and then make IP Masquerena. That way I also beat Kingsark. That was my plan, but alas. What do they have? They got something quick. Or they just left. We still have Shuffler? No, we don't. Bro, these Tearlaments games are not easy on my heart. How are we not Master 1, Mr. Streamer Man? Dude, because, see, paleo games take a while. Sheeran is very tempting here. But I don't want to play into Max C too hard because they had a response and they didn't Ash Pearl or Rhino. So it's very possible that they got Maxi. And getting Maxied on Sheeran hurts a lot. Nice mill. Talents, goods, super poly. There it is. Okay. This is a very good hand to go Kid Pillows into Crime. Because I can pitch the Keldo for it. Is it ever Pearl or Rhino pop Scream to have all 3 traps? That seems kind of nasty, doesn't it? I'm doing that. Nah, I think so. I think that's good. I think that's good. See? Nah, I wouldn't even have Crime if I didn't do that. Nah, you guys are insane. It's obviously the play. You think Meta Noise is worse than having... Like, you think a random mill 3 is better than Meta Noise, which is book and guaranteed mill tier name? You guys are insane. That's crazy behavior. I want a higher chance to mill Snow. Bro, that's a one-off and I got 4 cards in the graveyard. What are you on? You guys are gambling addicts, unironically. Arvata. Well, I'm happy to report the Keldo is really nice here. I can stop whenever I want. See, last turn was the time to stop with the Scream. Oh, okay. Well. This turn I actually care. Just crime pitch the boy. I mean, I'm not discarding for crime here because I didn't destroy it. Shouldn't you know that? Tearlaments world champion. Okay, that's fucked up. Same end result? Not the same end result. I actually would have sent. I would have sent Keldo, to play around that, but. Dude, I'm milling terrible today. A scream would have helped. Dude, I would have been under max C because I wouldn't have had crime. Okay, no Garunix. That's important. SP Little Knight. Give up on Scream, on Salik. Give up on Salik. No, it's not. Never. It's Salik send Keldo probably if they have a play. I mean, they didn't have a play last turn. Playing without Kid is going to be painful. I also milled like no monsters to fuse with. I've only milled spell traps so far. What is this? Diabellstar? No. Problem is that it comes back. That's not good. If I pop my own Skrosalik. No, it's never. It's always. Sharon is mill 5. I'm aware, but I don't have Kikkolos. That game was not even over, dude. That game was not over. They could have still done something. Bro, that second last turn was quite interesting. I think what I did was optimal though. The shuffling tier cash back into the deck while clearing the board and having yeah, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, right? The mills kind of suck today. Appreciate you for the 4 months though. Welcome back. Appreciate that. Okay, not an Ash so far. To me, it feels a little weird sending Havness in this spot. Because, like, yes, Havness is a one-of, so you're less likely to mill it later. At the same time, because it's a one-of, if you happen to play against someone with Bystials, it's really bad. If you get Bystialed on the Havness. You'd rather get Bystialed on the Baron, but okay. Poor Maxi timing. I've been telling you guys to not Maxi on the first thing. I'm chaining it here just in case they have called by. I can crime it. If not, we just lose the crime. It's no big deal. Okay, now it's a big deal. That's fucked up. Yeah, we're probably just dead. I mean, I guess I can spin the... Oh, okay. They're not going for it. You can heartbeat to trigger Pearl or Rhino. See, that's what I was wondering. I don't think I can. It says if a Tearlament monster you control or in your grave is shuffled into the deck, this is not a Tearlament monster I control. Well, I have nothing. This is like the one card that actually... I'm not winning this. Maxi Cosmic Cyclone hits the crime. Has Subversion, Wanted Ash. Reasonable. Completely normal game. Build 3 spells again. They fissured before extravagance, dude. You can't make this shit up. It's not real, man. It's not real. They do have Gamma. Are we going for the world record in max Cs? Like getting max seed going first in consecutive games? Because we're on 4 right now. Alright, they're playing 60 cards. So this means it's game number 5. I don't think they have it. What is this? I milled good cards? That's crazy. I don't even know how that felt. I'm sending Sharon here because they're playing 60 cards, which means it's likely it's a Bestial deck. Alright, no Bestial, no Maxi, crazy. No Maxi, and I'm milling good cards. I forgot how that felt, honestly. Three spells. Not actually that great of an opener. Like, yeah, nothing too crazy here. I think I gotta keep Solak in hand. You have a send for Rhino Heart, and then it can grab a monster for crime. This one. Infernoble, okay. Well then. Do I care if they bounce my tier cache to hand? I feel like not really. I just can't. The only bad thing here is I can't crime to protect the Maxi. Everything else, yeah. But it's, yeah, it's not that big of a problem, I feel like. It was only Ash. Like, Called By I could have dodged with the Shuffler, but yeah, they topped. I feel like Ash was card number 6. It's okay. Pathfinder. The artsy, thank you for the prime. Appreciate the first time prime. Thank you so much. Did you thank me? It may have been during one of the games where I was super focused, but I saw it. I appreciate you. Sublimation Knight in hand. This. Okay, Mudora as well. Let's grab Happiness. Sharon. What aquas do I have? Do I have to use one from my hand? No. Okay. So my out to Huli is super poly somehow, but how do I super poly a wind? I don't play any. I have droplets in the deck, but like I don't have infinite time to find it because they keep attacking. I guess I have Baron, which is a wind, yeah. Mud Dragon, Call Wind. And then what do I super poly into, guys? That's Mud Dragon. Normally. Mud Dragon changes attribute. I know, but what do I super poly into? You don't understand what I'm saying. So I'm taking 6k this turn from these two, right? Well, we outed it. We're the best. I unironically think we would have probably lost that game if they just kept the two Mikankos. Like maybe not, but it wasn't like unlikely. I feel like the biggest downside to laddering with tier right now is the amount of like random floodgates that exist against your deck and the amount of people willing to play those floodgates. Like the amount of shifters, macro cosmos, necro valleys and all that is actually criminal today. Have you guys also, have you noticed that I've never gone first against stun? Like whenever I go first, it's not stun. When I go second, it's usually stun. Master Duel rigged AF for real, for real. Okay, I milled Havness. That's worth something. I'll not activate Sheeran. Okay, we had one game break. We had one game we had a break from Maxi, so it's only fair that it's back. I'm happy about not having gotten Maxied for one game. Ah, is that 2 shufflers and a fairy tale snow? Okay. All right. I was gonna foolish a shuffler. Is it worth using giving them 1 card for a rule colossus? Probably. I would think so. Do I set Trivia Karma in the hopes that they pop it, or do I keep it in hand for top deck like Super Poly or Droplet? Super Poly, Droplet, I got 2 each, which is 4. If I set it, what are the odds that they pop it? I think I'll keep it. I don't think it's gonna get popped, most likely. All right, well, not too bad. We don't have... I'm not happy about the amount of cards in my graveyard. It's only 8. So banishing for snow is going to be difficult because I also have 2 shufflers I don't want to banish. But as soon as they summon, I got 3 more. That's okay. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Well, actually, the shufflers are really good against this. So maybe it's good. Like I got 2 shufflers and snow. Subtraction. Why did you small world for subtraction? Oh, because you already have it. Okay, I see. Well, there go some of my droplets and super polys. Milled both of them. Phenomenal. I don't think I snow circular because I got 2 shufflers to deal with the cards that it searches. Yeah, I don't think I care. This one I will shuffle though, I think. I'm pretty sure this one's worth shuffling. If I only had 1 shuffler, maybe I would consider not doing it, but because I have 2, I'm pretty sure I'm supposed to just get rid of that. Oh. Shuffle your super poly. I need fodder for snow. Why did they link off circular? I don't know. That seemed very stupid to me, but that story checks out because they play Mathmech. Okay. Diameter. Do I prevent diameter? I have to do something about diameter. Otherwise, they just make Laplacian. So I have to either shuffler or snow. I feel like it's shuffler. Book diameter. I mean, if I book diameter, they got 3 bodies. If you shuffler, they can still make the rank 4 with a negate. Yeah, but like, what do they do with that? Negate snow? Yeah, but like they've normal summoned. They've used. I guess they could add addition, summon addition, and then keep doing stuff over here. So what happens if I do both? What happens if I guys, rule close is negated. What if I use Mudora on the target, and then I also bring back Snow to book the diameter? They have this plus this. They have to go Splash Mage into transcode with. Do I die? Yeah. So what do I feel like I lose either way because their hand is just insane because of hard draw diameter. I feel like I lost no matter what I do. Well, I got a book now. Zone is blocked. This doesn't have to summon into the zone. What they can't make link decoder, yeah. Maybe that's important. We'll see. Okay. Everyone, yeah, they contribute to set monster. Yeah, and they got addition as well. I mean, this is probably the correct play no matter what, right? They probably should have. That was probably the correct play no matter what they do. Do I live if I banish my Rhino Heart? No, right? I die anyways. Right? I'd have to banish both, I guess. And then, but then they can just go for a different line though, right? Because the terahertz is 11,000, so I'd have to banish my Rucolos as well. At that point, don't I just lose to like, what's it called? Don't I just lose to access code stuff? Scream would have saved you. Oh, right, they're minus 500. Ah, maybe. Yeah, I mean, doesn't matter if I shuffler this. Ah, I had to banish the Rhino Heart. Yeah, my bad. Damn. Well, we've gotten, what was it? We've gotten max seed 5 times out of the last 6 games, and we still went 4-2. That's not too bad. That's the one cool thing about Tearlaments, is like max seed genuinely doesn't hurt the deck that much. Sometimes it still really hurts, but it is significantly more fun to ladder in Master Duel when you play a deck that doesn't auto lose to max C. But yeah. Today's session was okay. Today was productive. You know, you can't win them all. That last game I kind of threw, but that's okay. It's, I don't know if this list is perfect, by the way. Don't focus too much on this list. I've just kind of thrown it together. I want to work on it a little bit more. In general, I want to work on some of my play and some of my lists for the current format, because as soon as we hit Master 1, I'm thinking about doing a longer stream, maybe like a 24-hour stream or something, where we do a really focused climbing session with all that. So yeah, Billy break in 3 minutes. Is today the announcement for Infinite Forbidden? Is that today? Where do you guys take that information from? I think so. Pre-release is this weekend. Is that usually what it is? I guess I can wait. It's just 2 minutes. I guess we can wait. It's just 2 minutes. So, yeah, I don't. My a little bit of an issue right now in terms of Master Duel is like, I'm not even sure what I would like play if I wanted to try hard rank 1. Because I don't think Tearlaments or Lab, which were the 2 decks we played a little bit today, or Branded, would be the decks to do it. Because they're all like whatever. Like, this is a thing. Besides Max C being cringe, the Master Duel format is kind of balanced. There is nothing that's completely crazy. Snake Eye is a little bit above everything else, but I really don't want to play Snake Eyes. Maybe maybe I mean, it's probably going to be after Thursday. We're going to get new cards on Thursday. Maybe there's going to be something for me. Yeah. Maybe it's like Bell Fiend Link kind of situation on Thursday. The one thing that I'm not looking forward towards with the Bell cards is the fact that, to me, it feels like that deck just also loses to Maxi really hard. So I feel like you're just doing the Maxi mini game, but with different cards now. Isn't that the case? Centurion Runic. Yeah, we'll see. We could try some Centurions on Thursday, yeah. All right, it is almost 5 p.m. So let's see if we get that announcement, that new that set trailer or whatever it's called for. It is now 5 p.m. Does anyone, what is that? They usually post it on Twitter or YouTube? Oh, there it is. I found it. I found it. We got Billy Break, everybody. Hold up.
Words can unite players across the world. Exodia, obliterate! With these words, Yu-Gi-Oh! Cemented its place as the global sensation it is to this very day. These two words can unite players across the world with countless shared memories, enjoying the Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading card game. Hey everyone, it's me, Billy Break, and it's that time again as we get a closer look at our next core booster set for 2024 that features the iconic Exodia in a brand new strategy that is sure to help you create your very own Exodia moment. That's right, it's the Infinite Forbidden. This 100 new card set is full of a variety of strategies, both new and old. A new fusion monster, a new world premiere theme, and so much more.
Ooh, what's the new
Let's
world
get into
premiere
it.
theme?
Here is the Infinite Forbidden.
The Infinite Forbidden is a huge set that's going to make big waves this summer. How big are we talking?
Bro,
How about
they should show Fiendsmith.
unlimited attack points?
You should show the Fiendsmith. That's how big it's gonna be.
New Millennium theme is similar to the Millennium World story arc from the original Yu-Gi-Oh! Anime. In this storyline, we learn more about how duels were conducted in ancient Egypt. Spiritual monsters were called forth from great stone tablets to do battle. Monsters from this theme can be placed on the field as continuous spell points. Some of them can then be summoned by paying 2,000 life points.
Aren't these
while
cards
others
actually,
only
they're kind of
manifest
solid,
once
I
a
feel
certain
like.
condition has been fulfilled.
But in
Make the
other
most of
decks,
this
like,
new
I don't think
theme,
you're gonna play pure
you'll need a little
Millennium.
bit of Millennium magic of your own. Not only can you reveal the new Millennium Ankh card from your hand to skip paying life points to summon your monsters, you'll also need it to summon the unstoppable Exodia Incarnate. This mighty monster strikes fear in the hearts of even the most experienced duelists.
No, it
Can't
doesn't.
be destroyed by card effects, it can negate a spell or trap card or effect every turn, and every turn it battles, it can permanently increase its attack points by an amount equal to your life points. And on top of that, it can give you another card to work with during the end phase of every turn. Just one catch, Exodia will claim 1,000 of your life points during each of your standby phases. If you check out your local Core Booster Premier event, you might win an ultra-rare Millennium Ankh card to help jumpstart your deck. Meet Fiendsmith Engraver.
No, I
New
don't
level
want to.
6 light fiend monster that grants you access to an incredible arsenal of fusion and link monsters. The goal of this strategy is to fusion summon Fiendsmith's Desiree, then equip it with link monsters like Fiendsmith's Requiem. Desiree can negate the effects of a number of face-up cards on the field equal to the combined link ratings of all the link monsters equipped to it. Of course, that's not all you can do with the new Fiendsmith cards. They're very flexible and work with all light
Show
fiends.
Appaloosa.
So check out the official card database to see what other light fiends you might want to use alongside them. You might be surprised by what you can achieve just by drawing Fiendsmith Engraver.
Oh, come on, man. White Woods. White Forest.
The Infinite Forbidden takes a break
White
from
Forest.
the current events of the ongoing storyline to tell a tale of witches and woods. When it comes to fairy tales, the first rule of the woods is that you don't go into the woods. But if characters did that, then we wouldn't have any fairy tales. The new White Forest theme tells the story of two young girls who live in the mysterious White Forest. Perhaps you're familiar with them. The denizens of the White Forest wield incredible synchro power, but to make use of it, you'll need to sacrifice spell or trap cards from your hand or field. Don't worry though, they aren't gone forever. As long as you follow the rules of the woods, you can get your White Forest spell trap cards back right away. But if not, well, anything can happen.
It'd be such a cool set if Fiendsmith wasn't in there, dude. Okay, what is
Everyone
it?
knows that dungeons exist to be explored. When faced with a sufficiently dangerous dungeon, adventurers can't help but put down roots nearby and challenge it day in and day out. Dungeons are a prime source of treasure and riches, after all. But all that glitters is not gold, and not every chest contains a treasure. And the master of this dungeon takes great pleasure in reminding would-be treasure seekers of that fact.
Mimighoul? Mimighoul, I think, is what it said.
The Infinite Forbidden is packed from top to bottom with cool cards. In addition to everything we've talked about so far, you can also find a new fusion monster.
Wait, that looked dope. Good. Calm down. Calm down. Do not get excited. I will not fall for that trap ever again. I have coped too many times on previous TCG exclusives. I will never cope again, I promise. I don't care how cool it looks, because, mind you, Ascent looked really, really cool. Where is Ascent now? Exactly. No. I've lost all the copium and all the trust in it. I don't care. I'm not looking at your TCG exclusive artworks. I will not be blinded by the artworks and all that. I will not
based
believe
on
until
Light
I
and
see
Darkness
it.
Dragon, horrifying new gimmick puppets, a rabbit that can pull a magician out of its hat, adorable sea light, new cards for all three strategies introduced in Valiant Smashers, and more. The Infinite Forbidden is poised to have a huge impact on your duels this summer, starting at the North American World Championship qualifier that begins just a couple days after the official tournament store release of the set. Make sure to watch all of the content creator videos this week, and don't forget to come back to the official Yu-Gi-Oh! TCG channel later on for your first look at the new Mimighoul theme.
The Infinite Forbidden arrives soon. If you want to get your hands on it early, be sure to visit your local OTS during our premiere weekend on July 13th and 14th. As always, your favorite content creators keep exploring the strategies and themes in the Infinite Forbidden as the week rolls on, capping off with content creator pack openings that are sure to be full of surprises. Secret rares, ultra rares, super rares, and of course, the latest quarter-century secret rares will all be up for grabs. Thanks again for joining us for this in-depth look into the Infinite Forbidden. It's always a pleasure. I'm Billy Brake. Thank you for watching, and don't forget, it's time to duel.
I always stay for the Billy outro because even though it you know, I like it. Yeah, okay. Well, nothing crazy from this, I suppose. Once again, new TCG exclusive archetype called Mimighoul. Like I said, I will not trust in it until I see that it actually has good cards and potential. And it just reminded me of the fact that Infinite Forbidden is actually a really cool set if it just didn't have the crazy broken Fiendsmith. It's just the perfect example how one unbalanced card can really ruin an otherwise really, really cool thing. So my way of dealing with that is I'm probably gonna focus more on the positives of the set. As always, I'm gonna try White Forest, as it's now called, and all that kind of stuff. You know, I'll try those cards out, see if I like them, see if I can make them work, and then potentially, if Copium at some point, Snake Eyes and Fiendsmith are dealt with on a ban list, then maybe we can go back and revisit those archetypes and have a lot of fun with them. All right. That being said, that is going to be it for today. I will be back with you guys tomorrow. I hope you have a wonderful rest of your day. I hope you enjoyed the stream. I will send you guys to Mr. Farfa, who's just started streaming. So yeah, I'll send you guys over there. Appreciate you guys for hanging out. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Thank you for all the support as usual, the subs, the follows, and all the good stuff. And yeah, also exclamation mark YouTube. I uploaded a YouTube video yesterday. It was the Q&A that we did a couple weeks ago has finally been edited. So if you haven't seen that yet, feel free to go check out the YouTube channel. You guys have a wonderful rest of your day, and I'll see you guys tomorrow.